Good evening. Welcome to those of you who have joined me so far. God kväll. Good evening. So I made some tests earlier with my audio interface and microphone. Is the sound all right? Cheers. Skål. Let me know if my levels are all right. Should be better than last time, right? As I got the proper microphone set up now. It's been a rainy day here. Decent, yeah. It's an old house and of course no acoustic treatment, so I think it's limited. And I'm fine. It's been a busy day, but not as busy as usual. Yeah, the birds are busier too. I opened the window to get a bit more extra light here, as it's been a gray and rainy day here all day. So it's been mise en place day here in the kitchen, making zucchini steaks. Next week we're making ratatouille for them. To the question about if I'm still vegan, yes, that's true. I've been the past 6 years or so. Works fine for me. Good to hear that some people are liking the sound. That means that it's working. Good evening all. And my favorite food, I don't really have any, just as I don't really have any favorite music. But as long as it's with a lot of flavor. Yeah, I remember that I didn't show the guitar last stream, and my plan was first to start this stream with playing guitar. But birds is nice too, and I really needed a beer, so that's why I'm starting the show with a beer. I've been working on a new song lately, so I'll bring my guitar up soon, I promise. And for those of you, this is how it looks outside of the window right now. Not a bad view. I'm not sure about Nicholas. I haven't met him in many years. I think Shining evolved from a decent to a mediocre band. That's my view. But I like Nicholas. But that doesn't mean that I have to like Shining. Just like connected to what we talked about last time, that I actually don't mind Eric. I don't have anything against him. I just happen to dislike his band. That's all. you can separate a person from their work. Otherwise, well, are you 15? Anyway, yeah, amazing view. And when it's a clear day, I can see many miles ahead to more lakes and even islands. I haven't heard Behemoth in like 15 years, so I have no idea, but I have no idea. When it comes to you who wrote that you work in the kitchen now too and have a problem with noises and stress, I wouldn't relate that to Asperger really. It's all about getting used to different amounts of pressure. And I think I've been at many different restaurants over the years, and you just have to be patient. And if you practice on being patient with yourself during your free time, it's easier to become more patient with others as well, because you can always bring things back to yourself. And nice to see some people from both Australia and Canada, from all of our shores here. And no, I will never review or react to songs on my YouTube channel. Plans for upcoming merch. Yeah, I've designed a couple of things. So I will try to make them available. But I'm really busy right now, and I will be at this workplace for a couple more months, and I'm almost never home. So I don't really have any possibility to receive new printed things. And as it's 20 years of Hypothermia right now, I'm also working on making like a special limited edition kind of box set thing that I will be able to reveal more on that in maybe a month or two. I need to set up some stuff first. Beanies in the summer? That's odd. Well, it's maybe winter for you. I'll see what I can do about that. And yeah, as you mentioned, the artist can be an extension of the art and vice versa. That's true. But yeah, it's a bit more complicated than that, I think. That's just me. And yeah, I know that you're not from Australia, but there is another person from Australia. There's several people in the chat. I'm too lazy to mention your name each time that I'm talking about something here, but maybe I should. But then things will get slow, I'm not sure. Advice on overcoming social anxiety. For me, I don't really have any except just being honest about your shortcomings and who you are. And just be honest with yourself and about who and what you are. Because as long as you're that, and don't mislead people, they should be able to understand where you're coming from. And even if they don't, at least you have been honest with them and you're not trying to be something or someone else. And yeah, good evening and good morning or afternoon to some of you joining here. Nice to see more of you turning up here. And I'm not sure when I'm able to perform live again, but until then I'll do more streams like this, but also I'm working on some recordings from my house before I move them there, where I'm performing songs in my living room. So that will be available in the next months too. Okay, more people wanting to be in this. We can see what I can do about that. And if you can order my merch from or in Belarus, yeah, I ship worldwide. Always has been since 2004. So just go to enjoy.com and you'll be able to get from there to my web shops or anything else. Any particular reason that I'm not active on Instagram? Personally right now, or for the past few months, there's just too much people writing me there, and I get a lot of anxiety from that. And it's not against any of those people personally. I actually really like some of those people, and some of them are even close friends to me. But I just feel overwhelming sense of anxiety and pressure about just even opening that app. So, I also feel strange about being active on Instagram without posting pictures or videos, even though, yeah, you can use it just as a messaging app, like I do, like maybe 50% of the time. But that's one of the reasons why I haven't been using it the past few months, because I've had some things happening in my personal life, and I really needed time to reevaluate things and set some new goals in my life, and also make some plans for the rest of this year to make sure things are progressing in some way. And thank you for the special so far first super chat donation. Like people mentioned and requested last time, now it's possible to use the super chat function in this stream. So if you want some extra priority, or if you're just feeling generous, that's a possibility now. And cheers to good beer, and also 20 years of hypothermia, and there's definitely 20 more, unless something else happens during the time. But I have like a dozen releases composed, ready to go, and maybe 4 or 5 of the additional beyond that are actually recorded, waiting for the right time. Yeah, it's getting, well, it's still bright. It's past 9, and to me it's bright here. Just a few months ago it was dark at like 3 in the afternoon here, so that's 6 hours more of light. That's not too bad. I'm not sure we can see if this works. It looks like I'm in a golden shower, but beyond that could be acceptable, I hope. And I don't have any plans for shows right now. And yeah, it's true. I haven't painted this. It's from some stranger. This is on the attic floor of the restaurant where I work, like some people say. But if we'll see new hypothermia releases, yeah, definitely. And that's a question I got from one of my other fans or followers or devotees the past week too. And I have albums recorded. It's just that I have a hard time getting along with record labels. I have, as some of you have maybe noticed, I have some authority issues. And when I feel disrespected or taken for granted, I really don't like that. especially when I put a lot of effort into hypothermia and everything around it, and don't get any good response back. I don't appreciate that. I need at least some form of enthusiasm for my work, and not just bullshit. And I don't like being ripped off either. When it comes to art similar to the fox jaws, yeah, I would like to, but I just need to find more bones, because I refuse to buy bones. And a few walks ago, I found like a whole spine from probably a moose or something that hunters left behind. But it's a bit hard to put something on it. But I'll think about it. And how do I feel about fans getting the Hypothermia Sigil tattooed? I think it's a great honor in most cases, because I can only hope that they understand what it represents, and that it at least means that my work means something to them, and maybe the philosophy or spirituality aspect of things also has meaning to them. But we all make our own meaning out of things, so that should never be understated, I think. When it comes to beer, I prefer. I really like stouts and goses, but I don't mind a well-done lager either, like I'm having right now. But that's because I've been working 12 to 13 hours each day lately, so I don't have the time to go to the place where you can get stronger beer. But I got this beer from my job. I bought it because support your local businesses, ladies and gentlemen. And no, Life Lover will never play another show. It's not of my choice, it's from the others in the band too. And right now there's people walking outside here. So I'm going to close the window because, yeah, it's disturbing. Because this restaurant is not just any normal restaurant, it's on a mountain in a park, so people are allowed to be outside here any time of the day. And as for love, that's a subject that is too deep and complicated to talk about in a live stream where there are active questions, but I'm definitely going to talk a bit more about my perspective on it on a proper video that I will upload to this channel, because there's enough people asking about it, and I've mentioned it in passing in different contexts. But yeah, not here and not right now. If I tour, what countries will I perform at? I will go wherever I'm requested and able to travel. And no, I didn't expect that amount of people to join the last stream, and I have no idea who or how many that will join this one. But I can just say that you're all very welcome, and I appreciate that you're taking your time to talk to me here, and hopefully you're also having a nice time. Cheers. To Sammy, the question you have about a band that I've never heard of. I have no idea who they are, and I have no idea about the Sigil leader, and I definitely didn't make any sigil for them. But there's plenty of people that make sigils and symbols, and it's a tradition being passed around by people, and I don't see anything bad or negative about someone being influenced by others. That's how many languages are being created in the beginning to communicate an idea or a concept. So if it works for them, then it's good for them. And thank you, Isabel. That sounds fantastic. But unfortunately, if you don't live in Europe, I wouldn't recommend sending something, because I wouldn't be able to pay the toll or custom fees, because they've been crazy the past years here. But yeah, I don't find a lot of bones in the forest lately, and I don't prefer beer or wine. I love both. The main reason why I drink beer instead of wine is because it's cheaper with beer here in Sweden. But I don't mind a good red wine or more. If I clean the bones when you find them, that depends on what effect I need them for decorations. Sometimes if there is nice moss and other things on them, I will save that. Otherwise, in the past, I've boiled different bones. I have a special pot for that, of course. And what I think about politics, and if I have opinions, we all have opinions, but I don't want to discuss politics in my channel unless I'm hanging out with someone that has an interesting point of view for like a video, like a discussion or interview. Then I will do it, but not just for something like this. I will never. And thank you for commending sound and video. I think the video will always depend on different days, because the light affects how sensitive the camera is on capturing the video, and that affects the quality. I have another camera that I will try next time, because the main reason I used this camera is because I'm supposed to be able to work through microphones, but now I had to make like a different situation with other devices to use the microphone. So that means that I just need to set up another camera so I can have even better video quality. So I will try to do that until the next stream. But right now, I'm still getting used to my schedule, so we'll see what happens. And for you who say that you've been considering commissioning a painting, how do I extract blood for my paintings? Most time I have, I ordered it many years ago, like syringes. So I put a syringe in my arm or in my leg, and then I collect blood for that. And yeah. And do I have any contact with Carrefour? I used to have some years ago, but then he chose to not be active in our communication anymore, and I'm not the kind of person that follows up. And I don't have a lot of contact with some of our mutual friends either. So it's not a priority for me. my view of any friendship is that if it's meant to be, it's going to remain regardless of anything else. So yeah, I'll just wait until I have the right time, and I will reach out to him and see what happens. As for each of the Consider Suicide albums that have different sigils on the cover, what do they represent? All of my sigils have letters and runes and other symbols incorporated into them, like a collected language. And each of them, you in the sigils or symbols, you can read the title of the album if you trace through it. But I also try to add some visual symbolism related to something in the recording or album or EP. Where do I usually record music? A majority of it, the past years, I've been recording at home in my home studio. And if I don't do that, I'll go to my friend Dea in Belgium, because he's a great musician and sound engineer. So we work very well together. And when it comes to Hypothermia, we record live. So for that, I always rent or borrow like a house or a cabin somewhere and spend a weekend or week there. In some cases, we have borrowed someone's rehearsal space or studio. And to you who mentioned about the old Life Lover lives, and if I can upload them, or if I plan to, yeah, it's in the plans, but the past months we have been working a lot on some Cal stuff, so I wanted to focus on that first before doing something connected to the past. Right now I'm still focusing on the future. And to you who ask me about projects affiliated with Nesh or Stefan, no, I don't care for them. I'm not interested in them at all. And if the labels I've dealt with is the reason why Hypothermia releases are less frequent compared to before, yes, definitely. Because my private finances have been unfortunately limited to just surviving and paying bills. And it sucks when I would have to choose between having a home and having a band. And I just can't release something by myself at the moment. And the labels that I'm affiliated with, they are being really incompetent. So I need to negotiate with them to make sure that they're not ripping me off again for the next release. And yeah, I've made the mistake in the past to sign bad contracts, so I'm not going to do that again. But there is a lot to come. It's just, yeah, it takes the time it needs. And with every year, I try to focus on quality before quantity. But there will be some years with more releases than others, definitely. And if I have any advice how to get better self-confidence, I don't really have any. confidence myself, I think. Sorry about the amps. Damn it. I'm not used to doing these talks yet. But when it comes to self-confidence, when it comes to things like that, I think it's the only thing you can really do about it is to find things that you're good at and improve on those things, because that creates a kind of sense that you know what you're saying or doing. And you who ask about my relationship connected to Best Noir, I could do a video about it in the future, but I don't have. It will only make sense if I have a guest. So we'll see what happens about that. And if I do all artwork to my albums and my merch, yes. And I know I have some friends and contacts that have offered to make designs or art for me, and I know some people that I would like to work with. But so far, all my work has been by me. And glad to hear that there is someone here that loves Thea. I do too. And I've done several songs with him. Not just with my friend Santino's band Arkling, but I made vocals for one of his projects, and we have made a project and an album together too that will be released in the future. And to you who ask about the song that I performed with some of my friends in Lithuania, that's a song that we also performed with the other Life Lover members for some of our ceremonies just after Jonas died. And it's not called a farewell song, it's from a Hypothermia album that needs to be recorded in the future. And there's several other songs on that album too, and that happens to be one of them. And if I still have records from my Insect label, yeah, many of them are available in my webshop. It's you can find it through the description in this video. And then I have maybe a couple of 100 other CDs that I used to have like 1 or 2 copies of that I haven't been able to sell before, so I haven't had the time or interest to put them in the shop. I'd rather give them away or throw them away. And to you who say that you regained self-confidence by taking antidepressants, yeah, that's true. That's also a way. Just that I can't openly recommend anyone taking drugs or antidepressants because I'm not a doctor. But if you have the means to get them and you feel that they work for you, then that's excellent, I think. For me, for example, I know that something like Valium has a tremendous effect on how I feel in situations where I otherwise would have anxiety. But there's no one that wants to give them to me legally, so I have beer instead. And emptiness. I think it's annoying that this chat doesn't have a smaller button to just go down a bit. That would be easier. Like any other program has that. This is just a pulling bar. it's harder to navigate. And yeah, mushrooms is a fantastic way to maybe not get confidence. That's actually often the opposite. But yeah, you definitely know more about yourself after taking mushrooms. So once again, I can't condone the use of it, but I do feel that I should be open about the benefits it had on me. And yeah, it will definitely teach you something about yourself and where you feel you belong in the world. And hi to those of you who joined since last time, or yeah, since now. If I met Herr Morbid from Forgotten Woods, or not Forgotten Woods, sorry, Forgotten Tomb. Yeah, I met him, and I don't really, since the first album, I don't really care for that project, and I didn't like his energy, but yeah, I also know that there's people that haven't liked me from meeting me once, and you should never judge someone by just a meeting, because there can be other factors beyond yourself that affects the mood of the person, and the context and the situation and the location has a lot of meaning. But as I don't really care about him or his bands, I could honestly not really give less of a fuck. So yeah, I met him and I don't care for him, and I think that's mutual. Did I design the Hypothermia logo? The old one? No. That's from the cult logo designer and figure Christoph Speidel. Really sweet, dedicated man that has made logos for a lot of bands. He's even made a book about it. And instead of self-confidence, we should go for not giving a shit about people's thoughts mode. Well, that has its issues in some contexts. Like you all probably know that there are some social constructs and contexts where you need to actually pay respects to different people, like at the work or at a school, or if you're on a date or at a partner's parents' place or things like that. Yeah, it's not news to any of you. You're all adults, more or less, I guess. I have no idea. You're all welcome either way. See here. As for self-harm, and if I found that it helped the creative process or what I do instead, I've never really felt it helped the creative process, because to me it's all connected to nature. So if I don't have that, nothing else really matters. And yeah, I've always done the same thing. But for example, when it came to Life Lover, I would always drink wine or beer and take benzodiazepines, and the cutting was just a part of a social thing. It was never connected to the actual recordings. That was just something we did as friends, because We're an odd bunch. And yeah, I've talked about that more in another video. And I can make another video about it too. But right now it's easier to talk about other things. Let's see where this is going. Streaming on Twitch. I'm not sure. My goal is to have as few accounts as possible. And right now I already feel like I have too many accounts on too many places. And it feels like a terrible curse that we're all put into and onto the last few years, that everyone is forced to be on 10 fucking different places. And to me it's almost too much to just be in one. So I'm not against it. It's just that well, I'm against the idea of being in so many places at once, but I'm not against streaming in other places too. But that depends on the future and if I live at a place that has Wi-Fi. But generally I don't have Wi-Fi and the ability to upload anything like this. That's why I'm doing this from work. Yeah. Kim, do you smoke? Well, not really. I don't have anything against it. I used to smoke in my youth. And when it comes to smoking, well, cigarettes, yeah, that was in my youth. And then from time to time, just in the mood. But nah, not for many years. And when it comes to smoking other things, yeah, in the right mood and context, it's a cool or calming ceremony to share in solitude or with friends. Someone trying to find the Heido tape from Woods Infinity on my old label. Yeah, I still have it. The problem is that back then I used to have a couple of stereo systems to copy tapes, and I don't have any working stereos anymore. Just a bunch of tape covers. So maybe in the future. But as those are from almost closer to 15 than 10 years ago, I think it's hard to make that happen. And cheers again to Bella. It's a fun plant. And as for Kate Bush, I've really appreciated, especially on high amounts of cannabis, which means 3 to 5 grams in one sitting. Her live album from a few years ago is really fantastic, but 50 Words for Snow is a really nice melancholic album too. And yeah, I agree about Forgotten Tomb. If Gråtoner is the beginning of Hypothermia's evolution, nah, it's a part of it, but I mentioned it previously and I will mention it again, that in my experience, and that's when it comes to the playlist that I have on this channel here on YouTube, is the different eras. of hypothermia, and to me, when I really started becoming more connected to nature, and also starting to develop a bit more of my own philosophy that is connected to spirituality, nature, and some other more occult aspects, is when I became immersed in the song Ur ångest född, which is also recorded under the title Aus Angst geboren, or born through or from anxiety. And that's when I really started to get a connection between the acoustic and distorted aspects of production, and learning more about how you can set up amplifiers and microphones in a room and create different dynamics through minimalism. And also just not being afraid to let a song take the time it needs, and not feel a rush to finish a song in 3 to 5 minutes like a radio single kind of thing. But actually, yeah, a song is a song, and the song decides what it is, and I'm just a messenger. But after that, I started to, very close after Kölden Rockballsvalsen, that was recorded and composed during like a 6-month period. I started working on Gråtoner, and then my previous drummer quit, and I recruited another for the first concerts. And a few months after that, I also recruited my first second guitarist, and that's when we started performing and recording Gråtoner and some other stuff. Like, that was the start of the Kaffe and Blod series also, as an example. And that's 13 years ago now. The rune tattoo on my hand and the meaning of it, that depends on which one. This one is Vemodsorkestern, which is a different name for Hypothermia, and also this channel. Because Vemodsorkestern is Swedish for like the misery or melancholy orchestra. And that's what I feel that Hypothermia is. Well, if you're asking about this hand, this is En mil mot vind. A mile against the wind. It's an instrumental song from the so far unreleased album Svensk Vemod. And it's an important song for me. And another reason why this is on the right hand is that this side of the body is to represent the physical aspects of your being, while this is connected to the spiritual and out of body aspects of your being. And that's why this sigil that is connected to emptiness and the void is on my hand that I use to play the guitar, because it is to channel the void and emptiness and all the glory within or beyond it. If I heard about the Legion Noir and what I think about that kind of black metal, I've heard all of it in my youth, and some of it is really nice, like Belketre, but beyond that, nah. And if I like amphetamines, I don't mind them, but I never search for them, and I like if someone asks, if someone offers it to me, I rarely say no, but I would never search for it myself. If I listen to this free, nah, not interested. If I feel anything about the idea of having kids, and if I plan to have any, or if I would consider it immoral, that's complicated, because over my lifetime I've always tended to get into relationships and attract females or women that don't want them, and I'm personally not against them, and I understand why people don't want them, and I'm fine either way. I'm busy as it is, and hypothermia is like a child to me, though it's very different, and I know and understand that. So I'm not against it. It's just not a priority. If it happens, it happens. Otherwise, I will live a different legacy. And to you who have 3 educations, that sounds pretty amazing. But if people avoid you, and you're not an idiot, you're still addicted to drinking, well, I feel the same way, and I don't really have any. I don't feel like I'm an idiot though, and you shouldn't either. But I don't know you personally, so I have no idea. But I don't. As long as it doesn't interfere with your work life or personal life, nothing wrong with the drinking. It's a form of self-medication. Just like there's a weird stigma to it because many people don't do it properly. Like for all my life, I've never go drunk or hangover to work, and I never smoke during or before work, as an example. In many cases, you can apply the old golden rule that you shouldn't put yourself in a situation that you wouldn't want others to put you in. Who is running the Symphony to the Void site? If it has moderators, and that is of course my webshop. That means that I'm the one running it, and there's no moderators, and I package and ship all orders. So yes, that's true. If I use snus, whereas I've no, I never liked that. If I plan to release an album where the song "The Avlin Vilja" is featured, that's Svemod, and I just need to get out of the contract that fucked me over when it comes to the album Svemod. It's going to be released, but it needs to be on my terms. I refuse to compromise to people that are spineless cowards and assholes. There are some good comments here, but I won't read all of them because then I will never get through it all. But I do read everything here, and I appreciate those of you watching, and writing, even though I might not read everything here. Let me know in the comments in this video later if that's something you want to be more implemented in the future, and then I can try working on that. But as for now, I just try to answer more questions and not too much just rambling, though that's inevitable in many cases. time for another beer. What I think about ethics and morals, it all has its time and place. And if I follow them, or more of a nihilist. I used to be a nihilist in my youth, but I overcame it or evolved beyond it, which I think we all should and will with time, because I think it's pretty natural to be a bit more nihilistic earlier in the years, because it's easier to put that kind of stamp on things before you have more life experience. But with time, it's nothing. And if my work lets me get trashed out back, yeah, after hours, definitely. I have a great boss, and yeah, I'm allowed to live in the top floor of the restaurant, and they know that I'm competent at what I do, so yeah, I'm allowed to do this. But yeah, I don't, like I mentioned before, I don't drink at work. Well, I drink at my workplace, but I don't drink during work, because that would affect my reaction time, and when it comes to serving people food, that's not a good thing. I managed to get some glass in my thumb, because I don't know what happened to this bottle. Well, I should be able to push it out later. Sorry that I'm distracted. If I try DMT, nah. I have plans for it, but don't have the time. If I like Saster, I like Nocturnal Poisoning, not the new project, but the actual album. That's all I can say about that. What do I think about teenagers that drink or smoke or do drugs? I think we all have our own responsibilities, and as long as you can do your best to evolve into a better and stronger person, that's the only thing that should matter. Because I used to be really unresponsible or irresponsible when I was young, and I could have turned out worse. So it's all about perspective, and there is some stuff written in other languages that I can't say anything about. And hi. What motivated me to smoke less, or did it come naturally? Can I give advice to people trying to reduce quit? Yeah, I've talked about this in another video, and I can repeat it in a shorter term or way here. It's pretty simple, I think. To me, everything is about investing in art and music. So anything that is limiting that, to me, is a big compromise. And I never found it hard to stop anything. I just do it. But another way to make it reality is I set up a savings account, and anytime that I feel the urge or need to, for example, smoke, I would transfer that amount to the account instead of buying the cigarettes. So that way, you're instead of saving money, instead of spending money. And by doing that, you're not just helping yourself, but you're also showing yourself pretty rapidly and fast over time that you're not just wasting money on air that is available in a better form for free, but also you're wasting money that you can spend on better things, like a good beer or a instrument or other equipment. And to you who say that you love Life Lover and that it changed your life, I'm happy to hear that. It definitely changed mine too. As a fellow long-haired dude, do you worry about your hair falling out? Not really. Not just because I've smashed my head on a floor and almost dying, and also just out of defiance and as a statement, shaving it several times over the years, and knowing that in my family, or wherever you want to call it, ancestry, I don't really risk getting bald until my 70s or 80s. So I don't really think about it. And I've thought about cutting it off several times the past year, just for a change, just like I did with my beard a few weeks ago before getting back to work here. It's just the surface, and as long as you are yourself, that's all that should matter. What beer do I enjoy? Once again, I like all beer. And I think the concept of ego death is overrated because there's many ways to challenge yourself. And yeah, you can definitely reach that through psilocybin and LSD and many other plants. And definitely through a combination of them. But yeah, it's getting closer. I'm sorry about the delay. I used to have a high standard when it comes to these subjects because they are very important to me. But we're getting closer to the few hours that I have in progress on Psychedelia. And yeah, thank you for your patience and cheers. When did I last cry and why? I can't really remember specifically when because I don't really cry. It's hard for me to do that at all. Definitely a few years ago. Do I intend to release an Sigil album on Spotify, YouTube? No, they don't represent what I can do. So nah. It served this purpose in the past. which then was to record and release something that wasn't live, like Hypothermia. And after that, I was able to make that an even more improved version through Consider Suicide, and that's what I'm doing since then. So there's no use for me to work through Sheila because I have Consider Suicide. I was too young to kill Euronymous, so I would never have tried or attempted that. And I don't consider anyone worth murdering, really. So that's a weird question. And how do I cope with having depression and working at the same time? Well, I've had it all my life, so it's just like breathing. You take it one day at a time. If I enjoy Elende, I have no idea. It sounds like something I might have heard live at once. I don't know if I've been at a venue with them or not. I have no idea. When it comes to people that I don't know personally, I have a really hard time to remember or paying attention to what they do, unless they reach out to me and become my friends in some way or context. And that's, as I mentioned before, that's never a personal thing. That's just, yeah, I can't help it. And if I ever done nutmeg as a drug, yeah, me and Jonas did it after recording Pulver and took a walk on it. And it was very annoying because he was slow and kept stopping everywhere to listen at stuff, because the only effect we had on the nutmeg was that we had some weird audio hallucination that different things were like amplified or gained echoes and things like that. But that was all. But I think that's more connected to actual dehydration than anything else. How did I get into sigil creating? Yeah, that's a part of my creative process that has evolved over the years through researching different aspects of the occult and having several friends that are into calligraphy and sigil creating and writing, and what it means and what it can mean, and what you can do to amplify them and the different intentions in your practice. And when it comes to what happened to Eleanor, I have no idea. I haven't met her in maybe a decade. And there is several reasons for that. So I have no idea, actually, because my closest link to her was one of her relatives that I don't know anymore. So unfortunately, I have no idea. And I've just heard the rumors over the years, but I really have no idea. Yeah, I feel it would be weird to talk about it without her or someone from her family in person. What do I think about Metalheads? Nothing really. I could have been considered one in my youth, and I used to be good friends with several of them in my youth. Along with, when you grow up in a smaller city or a country town, it's normal that things like punks and skaters and metalheads go to the same parties, and many times those parties were hosted by me. So I think they can be childish at many times, but I understand where they're coming from. We were all children once, and many of us still are. And if you should have faith about one day life level would be born again, no, it's dead forever, just like my friend. And how my job is going? It's going well. Yeah. We're making preparations for the menu, and there are some new things that we have received that are very interesting. There are both things that we make ourselves and a few things that we make all the accessories or condiments for and things like that, but that we sometimes buy like the main product or ingredient for, like a burger as an example. Like we make our own burgers that are for other dishes, but then we also get other burgers just because it's convenient to have different textures and flavor profiles that you can use for different things. And it has been a very pleasant surprise that that market and that space in the restaurant world is really progressing and becoming a lot better, especially compared to just 5 years ago. It used to be very hard to get good ingredients that doesn't cost a fortune in the kitchen. So I'm really satisfied and happy about that we're able to deliver great quality to our guests here. Really happy about that. Cheers to that, and to those of you joining here. Cheers. And if there is any meals or foods that I have as a staple, well, of course, you can do a lot of things with different beans. Chickpeas, of course. But when it comes to like amplifying flavors, like any chili is fantastic, and it's hard being without black pepper. And things like lime leaves are fantastic and seaweed is fantastic to make proper and genuine Asian foods connected to a lot of Asia. And just like if you have the right oil, like sesame seed oil and other things, you can do a lot with that. But then, of course, you can never go wrong with spinach. If I think about the devil's blood, unfortunately, I wasn't able to meet Salim because we used to talk over mail in the beginning of the project, because we were planning some stuff with the Devil's Blood and Life Lover in the past, but then their career skyrocketed and we lost touch. And yeah, as you know, then he disappeared. And to you again, Sammy, about the Psychedelia, I'm going to address that in my video series about that, because that's too in-depth subject to discuss in this video and stream. And yeah, it's always hard to try analogs and clones to psychedelia because you never really know what you're getting. but yeah, to anyone, when it comes to being able to actually determine or predict what kind of experience you're going to have, to some extent, mushrooms is always better. If I've spoken to or met Vari, nah, not yet. And who is the person that has inspired me the most? I honestly have no idea. Because nature is not a person. It's something completely different. And I can share that consent and contempt, that being outside, walking, and seeing that everything is littered. I don't get it either why people would need to litter in the nature, because you should consider nature as your home. And if you're the kind of person that throws trash on your own floor in your home, you should rethink some things. But yeah, as someone else is mentioning in the chat here, being closer to more obscure forests or nature is fantastic, and there's definitely less litter in some of them, but that depends, unfortunately, on the country you're into. There's some people that just have this incredible lack of respect for nature and its beauty, and yeah, it's ridiculous what some people think is acceptable. What do I think about universities? I'm not against the idea of them, but it's not for me. And the educational system doesn't work with my principles. It's impossible for me to work during those guidelines, so that's why I don't have a career on paper. I used to have one in real life instead. If I listen to Grasamkite, the name sounds familiar, but I have no idea, honestly. Yeah, when it comes to syringes for getting blood, I'm not sure what you mean about taking it from veins or body parts. Yeah, I have pretty easy to access veins, so favorite books. I mentioned it in the previous stream. One of them is Nausea by Sartre. I love how that is written. And when it comes to just darkness and madness, I think we can all agree that The Sad is a really amusing read. But that's just on the more satanic side. Then I can't really recommend any specific writers, but I have a lot of books about nature and foraging and brewing beer and wine and things like that, or fermenting things, pickling things. In other words, anything that you can have use of and apply to your life that makes it more valuable to you and those around you. That's the kind of books you should be looking for. And good night to you, Northcase. Thank you again for the first and so far only Super Chat donation, and good night to you. See you next time. Cheers. Any plans to release Not Melancholy 8? Well, I made different versions of different Not Melancholy songs, so yes and no. We'll see when I'm able to make the next one. And yeah, as for best book, like I mentioned before, anything that benefits your goals and what you want to achieve in life, that's what you should be reaching out for. I've over the years I've read almost any topic to just educate myself on life and the world, and to make myself have a bit more depth and knowledge about things. So I think if there is something you're interested in, it can be anything from music production to psychology to mycology to cooking or anything else, even brewing. Yeah, you can. There's plenty of good books for that. And what Hypothermia project would I be most satisfied with? I have no idea what that question means. And to you who say that you like videos where I play music and nature, thank you. There's more in the works. If I like Psychonaut 4, yeah, they're good friends of mine, and I enjoyed the mini tour that I made with them, and there's probably one coming in the future. And no, unfortunately, I don't have internet at home finally. I'm on the upper floor of my workplace where I stay during the season that I work here. Um, if I like my bandmate's project Friends Like Void, I've done concerts with him in the past. So yeah, I appreciate it for what it is. What happened to Beast Mask? I have no idea. It's maybe buried with him. I don't remember. It's been a decade now. And if I like wilderness hiking, well, that's what I do almost on a weekly or monthly basis whenever I travel somewhere. So yeah, but I never go on longer hikes because I don't have the time or money for visiting those places. But yeah, I would be interested in the future. And if I have a dream or goal that I would like to accomplish in life, yeah, I have a big one, or actually two, at least. But that's a video by itself, uh, and yeah, I look forward to the day when I can share it. And I'm getting close to finishing this beer, so I'm going to just go quick to grab another beer. So I will be away just a minute. Sorry for the slight delay here, and hopefully you'll enjoy the painting behind me. Sorry, I'll be right back. Mwah. Cheers, and sorry for the delay here. I don't have any opinion on K-pop music. When I'm going to tell you or about my near-death experiences, I think I did to some extent during my videos, but I'm not sure what I can say about it beyond that. I'm sorry if that's vague, but let me know either in the chat or in the comments in this video if you have any specific requests about those experiences, and I will try to make a outline so I can make an actual video about it, because right now I'm not sure what I can say about it, and I understand that it's an interesting subject, but it's complicated to make or talk about without feeling just self-focused. I don't think it's very interesting, though I'm aware that it's important and interesting. It's weird. Did our other bandmates write Life Lover songs after Sjukdom and before Jonas died? Yeah. I have several songs, both music and lyrics, made for the follow-up Life Lover album that still isn't recorded. And that's just life, and then it's there. It's waiting for the right time and moment, like everything, but I'm never in a rush when it comes to recording or releasing things. Like I said, it's important for me that things are in the right context and mood, and that's all that matters. I don't know any Jörg. And if I'm at liberty to talk about the record dispute about Honge merging, well, there's not really a dispute about Honge merging itself. It's and I discuss it more at length in my previous video. I think it was posted yesterday. That is also connected to Life Lover. It's complicated because they have, of course, they're the investors and supporters of the project, so they are the ones that decide what they want to release. I just think it's a bit hypocritical to release things that are inferior to my band while refusing to release what I do on terms that it's not what they asked for or what we agreed upon, but then it became something else that was beyond my control. But that's what it is sometimes. Life and contracts and bands, friendships, relationships, and so on. It can all be complicated, especially when they're connected. I can't say much about it right now that I haven't said before. Just that, like what I mentioned before about other songs and projects, they exist, and they're going to take the time they require to be manifested and put out into this world. And I'm not at a rush to have everything happen right now. I don't give a shit about any of that. To me, it's most important that everything gets the right, complete aesthetic that it requires, and that will take the time it needs. That's all. I haven't met Maniac, so I have no idea how he is. And the thing about Watain, well, just like a lot of other bands, I just don't feel that it's worth any of my time. And I don't give a shit about what others want to do with their own time. That's all up to you. And I know several people that follow them and also happen to follow me. And they're adults. And they understand that I'm me and they are them. So if you can't accept that everyone doesn't agree on everything, and if you're above 15 years of age, yeah, you should probably get a life. Whoa, someone mentioning there are masks everywhere in the forest near you. That's weird. That's not how they work. Trees don't need masks. Unless someone is growing COVID trees, but that sounds terrible. We should probably stop those people. Whoever they are and wherever they are. What's my favorite alcoholic beverage? Definitely beer, because it's available in many different strengths, from light beer to stronger beers, and you can essentially drink it all day. But I love a good wine too, especially a red one. I don't mind a smoky whiskey or an intense mezcal. I could drink vodka as water, and I grew up in moonshine, so it's all about context. BSOD is an acronym that I'm not familiar with. And if I've been to the US, yeah, I've been to Seattle and Portland, and had a fantastic time. I wouldn't really. Then, of course, I've landed in some other places. That's less relevant. But yeah, I really liked the month that I spent in Seattle and Portland about a decade ago. And back then, I also went to Vancouver and beyond Portland, I was at Cannon Beach. And if you're in that area, I can sincerely recommend it. And about someone called Ted, whatever, I have no idea. And my thoughts on Christian mysticism. Well, it all serves its purpose. I don't mind it. Just like extremism. It can also serve a purpose. And if I think religion is good for, or a good tool for self-discovery, it depends on other aspects of your culture. It can be the opposite. And I have some relatives that have unfortunately had that experience. Because it can be hard to work for the church. But when it comes to understanding spirituality, then it's definitely a good tool, because you can be spiritual without religion, and that's an important discovery to make over life. But unfortunately, that can take a while for some people. And yes, I'm definitely going to make a video about my most prevalent psychedelic experience. If I've read the Walden, I have no idea. Probably not. In my opinion, on the left-hand path, I used to study it like 15 years ago, and I know people that are deeper in it. So I will wait to talk about that until I'm able to actually have them as guests in my videos, and I can assure you that it will be worth the wait, because I know some pretty interesting people that you would like to hear from. But all in its time. And about lucid dreaming, yeah, but not as much as I want, and I don't really have enough time to immerse myself into it. But it's an interesting subject. I will see what I can do about it in the future. And once again, thank you, Sammy, for the donation. And of course, I've heard Kirk Molon. They're my friends, and I've met them all. I have no idea about their album, but I will see what I can. I've postponed talking to Daniel for way too many months, and I just keep becoming busy with other things. But I need to talk to him about some other things. I will see what I can sort out. And what I do on a daily basis when I'm not working, I always walk in the woods and make music. That's never boring. So that's what I recommend for others too. And good to hear that you like my shirt. It's an old Boyd Rice design that I got from the old on pop art store. Because love is doing whatever is necessary. And thank you. Cheers to you too. My day was fine. Just calm day at work. 15-minute soft start. If I have shows or movies I watch to escape from reality, like I mentioned in the previous live stream, I sometimes indulge in anime, because that allows me to detach from language and also seeing actual people's faces. So Mushishi is my recommendation for anyone. I will try to make another video about that subject in the future. I have no opinion on straight edge. I understand the idea of straight edge and why some people would adhere to it, but nah. If I like Nick Cave, I neither like or dislike. I'm neutral to him. I think he's made some fantastic stuff, but a lot of it is also, you know, it becomes a bit much sometimes. Well, once again, Bella, if you search for Void Rise, you should be able to, and on pop art, you should be able to find this shirt through some of the channels. And I've never been a fan of Berryman, which I know is an unpopular opinion, but apparently I'm full of those, so whatever. If I have any problems using my own language after speaking too much English, it's the opposite. The past week I've talked too much Swedish, so I'm a bit rusty on English. Because I usually speak it on a daily basis on the internet through mails and videos and other things. But of course, I've been doing this kind of thing for over 20 years now, so it's natural for me to think in both English and Swedish. So it's never been a complication or challenge. I have no idea about Changsu. And yeah, my boss and co-workers know about my music, and some of them has some of my albums, and they like some of it, and the others they don't, or the rest of it rather, they don't understand, and that's fine. But yeah, that's not why I'm here, and they know that, and they know that I'm more than the artist. They know that I'm also a chef and a waiter and a dishwasher and so many other things connected to this business. So as long as I'm competent or more at what I'm doing, that's what matters. Yeah, it's interesting sometimes to discuss my other aspects of life with people that are completely unaware, or rather, they don't have these experiences that I have in life. They're more normal people. So, and I make the point to be overly honest, and I have the habit of being maybe a bit honest otherwise too. So yeah, it's interesting sometimes to see, and also I can't help it sometimes. I like to say or do things that I know are inappropriate, just to see how people react. So I do that sometimes too, and it's usually enjoyable. And what genres I like beyond black metal and ambient? Well, I like most music, and I've never been a fan of power electronics. I have a few tapes and vinyls, but yeah, it's not for me. And if I think that older Lightflower albums would sound better with a real drummer, I have no idea. Because one of the points we made with that is that we wanted to make any kind of music we wanted to make. And one way to do that is to use programmed drums, because then you can do things with drums that requires 2, 3, or 4 drummers, and that's usually very unrealistic to put into an actual band, especially live. As for the COVID situation in Sweden, we have some silly restrictions right now, and unfortunately, we can't really do much about it. It will take a few more months, and all we can do is we have moved like a third of our chairs and tables. So when it's a bad weather, rainy day like today, we're very limited on the amount of people we can host. Unfortunately, on the sunny days, we have some tables outside. But as an example, we are only allowed to have 4 people at the table. So if you're a family of 5 people, one of you is going to sit at another table. And that's really weird, because you most likely traveled in the same car to get here. But due to the law or regulations, you're not allowed to sit on the same table. And you should be able to at least host like congregations, parties, families. No matter if they are 2 people or 5 or 10 people, as long as they came together, they should be able to sit together. It's ridiculous that the law is like it is. But of course it makes sense, because it's all about keeping people as safe as possible. And you can't just assume that everyone is traveling by themselves or together in a group. So I understand the concept and idea of it. And of course, it's all about making people feel as safe and welcome as possible. And we can only do as well as we can and deliver good food at good prices to people and make them feel safe and welcome and have a good time. I will try to come to California in the future. And it's hard to scroll in this thing. We're getting closer here. How I learned my vocals. I talked about that too, but I can do a shorter version of it. As all vocals practice. And during my youth, I was a lot more shy and quieter. So I simply forced myself to do it. And over time, I've become better at it. And always when I'm alone, I walk around making noises and sounds and just practicing. So anyone should do that, I think. And Michael, you're asking something about a song in a different language that I can't read, so I have no idea what you're asking about. Sorry. I can't read that in the quotes. As an artist, are there certain movements in art that you're a fan of? No, I really have no idea or interest. And yes, Mushishi is amazing. And of course, I've watched most Miyazaki and Ghibli movies. Yeah. And I haven't read the manga of Mushishi. Just to me, that's when it comes to spending money on something, I don't like things that I can't give away. And I don't know anyone else that I could give it to. So yeah, in general, I spend all my money on music equipment and yeah, sometimes cameras. What made me want to start a YouTube channel? There are several aspects and reasons for it. But the main one is that over the years, when you are active in different bands and work with different record labels and communicate with different magazines and web signs, fan signs, and so on. Over time, more and more of the interviews you get start to become more similar to each other. And I found that very disappointing. So I felt that as an artist and also as an individual, it was more than a responsibility, but also something I wanted to do for my bands and projects, to not be forced to wait for a stranger. And in this case, it's a good thing, but in many cases, it's a stranger. You are, in many cases, people that are familiar or aware of what I do. But in many cases, when you have to have an interview with a magazine or communicate with a record label, you talk to people that don't know you. And they're going to ask you questions that are completely irrelevant to your art or music or ideology and philosophy. So it becomes very boring after a while to just answer the same questions over and over again too. So I started making videos here on YouTube to talk about things that I think are important and interesting, that they either forget in the interviews or that I don't feel like waiting to get. So instead of waiting for someone to ask me about a subject that I want to talk about, I'm going to make a video about it. And it's easier to publish a video here than making a book. And that's another reason, because in the past, one of my dreams was to publish my own books. But over the years, that's becoming more and more complicated and more expensive, while this is pretty inexpensive in many cases. So that's why I'm doing this. And if I've heard about that Swedish ambient project, I know of the name, but I don't think I've listened to it. If I've been to Skövde, of course. That's where Sväva and Vartofta are recorded. My friend used to live in Ryd. That's where there is a song called Ryd on Vartofta. And Skövde is just a few miles away from where I live and where I grew up. I grew up in Tidaholm, which is just around 30 to 35 kilometers away from Skövde. So I've spent my fair amount of time there. And it's, of course, also common to change trains there. So, yeah. And thanks, Kane. I appreciate that. And there'll be more to come. As for, I've never made any song called Samurai, and never will. But there is other bands that, for some weird reason, insists on calling themselves Hypothermia too. So that's someone else. And I have no opinion on Ovtrykia. I know, or I have communicated with some of people connected to them in the past, but don't really know anything else. And if I believe that drug-induced hallucinations are just that, or if they are more of a glimpse into another spiritual plane or something like that, they can be both. It's never mutually exclusive, because it can act like a magnifying glass. Well, it can also be a distraction from it. So it all depends on, like many things in life, depends on intent, why you're doing something, and if you're focusing on something or not. As for what cameras I'm using right now, as I mentioned earlier, the only reason why I'm using this camera is because it's easy to set up, and I made all the preparations for it a few days ago, and I haven't had the time to reconfigure my other camera. So this is just a Zoom Q8 that I got for recording live shows that I'm not doing at the moment, because you can connect phantom powered microphones to it to get a very good sound quality for music and other stuff. But then I learned a few days ago that the microphone input isn't recognized by these live streams. I have to connect the microphone to the other sound interface instead, which means that it's better that I have a Canon GX something Mark III that I used for my most recent walks in nature, like the winter melancholy videos. So I'm going to try to set that up for the next videos and streams, because that has higher video quality and a better light recognition and better stabilization too. And then there is more Cyrillic in the chat, and I can't read Cyrillic, and there is no auto translate. Sorry. And no, I don't watch any channel by someone else. I've heard London in the past, but I'm not interested. How tall am I? 167 centimeters. So I'm short, but I could be shorter. Shouldn't really matter. And nice to hear from someone from Skövde. I like my West Gothic heritage, and yeah, you should go to Tidaholm and experience Ånarundan. It's a wonderful area of that place. Really important to hypothermia. And for many years I lived outside of Falköping, which, as you know, is close to Skövde. And if you look on the map, Vårkumla is Varakumla, which is also another important DP for hypothermia. That's more if you're going towards Borås and Ulricehamn. How to deal with a noisy student complex near your apartment. I would just listen to stuff in headphones to drown that shit out. But I think some of you will appreciate this. So I'm going to share this both as a serious reply, but also as a joke from when I visited my friend Jim, who is the drummer in Urfaust, when he used to live in Arnhem in the Netherlands. One of his tips to get noisy neighbors to become quiet and shut up is to have two browsers or media players open, and on one of them play Buddhist chanting and prayers, and on the other one hardcore porn at the same time on maximum volume, and then just go either enjoy the noise and have a beer or maybe go shopping. It's going to be quiet after that. How do I feel about Life Lovers gig in Ballarhöle? And if I remember it, yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. It was a good time, and I'm very proud of it because it's one of the few times that I was able to get a few people to clap along to one of our songs. And it was also one of the first times that we performed several of those songs. And as some might not know, it was also the first live concerts that we made with an actual pianist. And yeah, it was a fantastic experience. A nice time to spend with a few of my friends too that I never see otherwise. I'm going to go a bit up here. If there is any plan for Hypothermia releases, yeah, we're planning. I'm working on them. And as for Sound Through Eyelids, I'm sorry to hear that, but give it some time. And yeah, dealing with loneliness and embracing it, that's definitely the right way to go. There's plenty of wisdom to gain there. Yeah, a lot of Swedish people are tall, but a lot of us are short too. I'm compact as hell though. And my grandfather was 190 and my father is 184. So I got the mind and the hair, but not the length. So, well, we all have priorities. Dutch are generally taller than Scandinavians. And during my walks in nature, do I do photography sessions? It depends. Usually, I prefer to walk without any additional equipment because that's a distraction from immersing myself into nature and the walk. But of course, I always pay attention to what I see around me, and if it's something that I can take a good photo of, a good video of, if I can use it for fermenting into a drink or food, or if I can do something else useful with it. But yeah. Sometimes I make sure to have like a bag or a backpack with some cameras, just to make sure that it's better to have it without needing it than vice versa. So, yeah. But usually I first take my walks and then I make notes for myself where there are things that I find would be interesting and at what time of the day that I should take those pictures or videos. And then I return for those times. And welcome, Aaron. The shirt is an old Boyd Rice design called "Love is doing whatever is necessary," which is also the caption, and it used to be available through his old shop on Pop Art, where you can also buy his autobiography. But after that, there's been some other places selling it too. So you can see if you're able to find it. And yeah, COVID has cancelled all of my tours and concerts the past year. So I'm sorry about that, Rafael. But we're definitely going to resume activity in the future. And it will be worth the wait. Damn it, now it skipped too much in the chat here. If I enjoy North, I don't mind it for being Danish, but I prefer Mew. Reaches of Concussion Sjukdom. I made the designs for it, but as I mentioned before, I have some issues with the label, and they are hard to talk to sometimes. And they would say that I'm the one being hard to talk to, which I can't ignore either. we both have our points, I guess. But yeah, it's going to be something. And sounds good with a spliff, Sean. Have a beer instead, but that's because I'm working a few hours. And good to hear that you enjoyed the Balve Hurle concert. What I think about Eddie Medusa, I'm from the same town as him, he used to cruise around near my old school, and he actually almost ran me over once. So you can make that out as what you want. But my day is good. I'm not sure why people are talking about urine and penises and the armpits, but whatever floats your boat, I guess. How long are my walks on average? Generally between 15 to 20 kilometers. And as for mass immigration, I can't really say much about it. It's different in every city, unfortunately. And as for immigration, that's a thing by itself, but it should be more about integration. That's the issue by itself, and that's very unfortunate that the state is so afraid of having criticism that they do things that are worse for the people that are supposed to help. And that's very unfortunate, because I know too many people that work with those kind of issues. And just like the hospitals, where I have friends and family working as well, there are so many aspects behind the scenes that, it's very unfortunate how they choose to take things, and they focus on the media rather than the reality. And yeah, Eddie was a fun guy. I have no opinion on Tokyo or Höst. Uh, I'm not sure if there are some people here that would be considered as trolls by other people. It's a bit weird. I was trying to catch up to the chat a while ago, and now I have catched up. And earlier I felt some anxiety on being behind in the chat, and now I don't anymore. And I'm not sure if that's positive or not. And I used to know Niklas well, but we haven't met in a long time. And I met Mikko, but not really in person. We've been in the same room, but we have never communicated. But we used to do a lot of trades in the past because we both run distributions and record labels. But yeah, he's an interesting person. As for how long I will stream today, I have no idea. I have 2 beers left, so I'll see. It depends on how active the chat is too. Because it felt like it was dying down recently, but now it's getting back on again, so we'll see. And obviously, Marcella, I can't talk about my thoughts on population control on YouTube. That should be clear. I can't even curse if too much without getting pulled off. They are all about cancellation here. So if I know any Norwegian artists that inspire my music or art, yeah, I've told you before. My friends in Trondheim are very inspiring to me because they show that it's always worth pushing boundaries, and they keep doing so with great devotion. And yeah, it's fantastic. If I prefer walking by night through darkness, well, everything has its pros and cons. I really love taking a walk through the night because it makes you feel and think and see things differently. But every part of the day has its own values and purposes. And thoughts on Silencer? Yeah, it deserves the hype because it's very good, and the composer responsible for it is a fantastic guy, and I will see what I can do in the future concerning that. Like I mentioned in the previous stream. And if I can describe the inner process that happens while performing the music I compose, I think that's something I will try to also address in a future video by itself, because that's a bit more in-depth concept. And I have no thoughts about Natram. And Robo needing to go to a liquor store, that's understandable. You can always resume later. And of course, this video will be available to stream later too, so welcome back whenever. And otherwise, thanks for joining us. I haven't done ketamine. I know people that has it. I don't have the time for it. And as for if light disturbs me, and makes any insomnia worse. I've actually never had any. It doesn't matter to me. I can sleep in the night or in the day. It's all about if I'm tired or not. I can be awake for any amount of hours, and it's all about more of the physical and mental aspect of myself. It's what's inside of me that decides that, not what's outside of me. I could sleep in the sun. Um, well, as you say, I'm not getting into politics, and there's a limit to what I'm saying about it. It's all about it's a matter of definition as everything else. But yeah, I drop a beers in and some of my filters become softer. But also, if someone demonetizes stuff, whatever, that's not why I'm doing this. I'm doing this because it's a way for me to interact with some of you wonderful people, and I'm not able to do this from my home because I lack internet there. Here I have it. So I would feel weird to not offer this because I'm not losing anything by it. I can only gain something from it, and hopefully some of you feel the same way. And I'm always positive to the future of Sweden and love back to Norway. And Svensk Vemod is, as always, planned in the future, though it's been a decade now and more. But as I mentioned before, everything that I do needs to take its time, and I'd rather have something done on my terms than not. So that's why it takes the time it needs. And I have no idea what genre Consider Suicide would fall into because I make several different kinds of music under that moniker. Atmospheric shouldn't be a genre, but it could be anything. And if I'm still taking benzodiazepines, well, I've never really taken them regularly. I used to take them when they are available. Especially in the past, I used to indulge, but I don't anymore. In regards to substances, have I ever dealt with direct reliance or consuming substances as part of aiding experience or creativity? Well, I've taken things for the sake of getting withdrawals just to experience it, but generally, I've never had the reliance on anything really. At least not physically. There's a different aspect to it, of course, mentally. But I think if you're an adult or consider yourself one, you should be able to take or use anything and not really become limited by it. And I haven't tried Antabus, and I love Bethlehem, the band, not the place, though I've never been. If I think metal will be able to reinvent itself in the next decades, uh, um, it's all a matter of context, because there are many bands that every year reinvent not just themselves but also the genre. That's why in the previous live stream I wore the Monus shirt, and I've talked about Monus recently too, and also recommended it to people because they are very underrated, and they have always been many years in like advance of other people. And there's more and more interesting effect pedals coming out, both physical products but also plugins. So it's becoming easier and easier every year to make interesting productions. I have no opinion on Outlaws. I've met him several times, and I've talked to him, and we get along. And I don't have any opinion really on the band, but I like him. I don't care about Bathory, and I have no opinion on Observe for various reasons. And as for using cannabis to treat Asperger's, I think it's a good way to get in touch with some parts of yourself that you might otherwise struggle with. It's good for solitude and restlessness. It has helped me in the past. And if what I think of Nietzsche, I think That Spoke Zarathustra is an interesting book, but his other more philosophical books are a bit too much mouth diarrhea. It's a bit too complicated terms for the sake of it. It's too much metaphors, and that's coming from me. I love metaphors, but it's a bit too much. It's very vague in excess. That's why I prefer Sartre. And Shinshu about, yeah, I suppose I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I agree. And I'm neutral against SKP, but Johan is a dear friend of mine, and I love what he does in general. So he has my support. And let's see what happens here. If I have any opinion on drag queens or drag in general, I think I don't follow it, but I think it's interesting and fantastic, and whatever makes them happy, I'm all for it. And I think dresses are comfortable, and skirts too. And if they feel good wearing it, then they should. And if I like Deaf Heaven or Be Persecuted, I've never heard Be Persecuted. I unfortunately saw Deaf Heaven live as a support band for a more interesting post-rock band a few years ago, and it was garbage. I don't understand why people like them. And what is the obstacle to recording the song you spoke of earlier? Well, it's that it's a part of an album, and that's later in the chronology that I'm currently working on. And beyond that, I don't have a drummer anymore for various reasons. So, yeah, without a band and at the wrong side of the chronicle, I'm 3 albums behind at the moment. That's why it's not recorded release anymore. And for the question on what project are you planning to release, Rötlevägen, I'm going to re-record that, and that's going to be a Consider Suicide album about this area. And no, I'm not interested in Rammstein, but I've done several art exhibitions with their frontman. But that's irrelevant. As for the girl who did the vocals for the split on with Aska, I talked about that in the previous stream. I haven't met her in a few years, but she seems to be doing fine. And the reason why she was on that recording was that she had some bad experiences during those times, and she tried to kill herself, and then she survived, and I felt that it was my last chance to do something with her creatively, so I invited her to do guest vocals on that song, and that's how that came about. And I don't really have any thoughts on Taoism. There's so much interesting philosophy and spirituality in this world that I don't really have the time to immerse myself into it all, though I would adore to. So I'm not sure. I hopefully have a better answer in 5 years from now. If hedonism is a healthy philosophy, definitely not. But that doesn't mean that it's without value. I used to have a few years of my life where I really didn't hold back. And I spent a lot of time, energy, and money on destroying myself. And that for learning about yourself, it's interesting and useful, but it's not healthy. Yeah, I had bad luck, but it's relevant. And yeah, I agree with Sean. Uh, I don't know what Boral is. I've seen the name down before, but it's weird. It's always weird for me when people use names or words from another language. And as for if people actually try to kill themselves, yeah, because I know several people that have failed, and I know several people that have succeeded. But it's all, like I mentioned before, it's all a matter of perspective. It's never as easy as you would like it to be. The Shining. Well, I get enough questions about that. That's not my band, so maybe talk to Nicholas instead. And thank you, Marcel. It's nice to have a lighter question for once. If I have a comfort food, yes. It seems like you maybe pushed your button too soon because you're entering, exiting that sentence with my. Uh, for me, just toast. Because I used to live many years without a toaster, so whenever I can have a good toast, it's fantastic. Sorry if I'm plain. um, a Chilean band. I never heard of Warhol. Um, and I'm not going to talk about that other band. Should be clear why not. And if I heard about Emit, yeah, of course. And several of his side projects too. Because I grew up during the times when many of my friends were releasing his stuff. It's weird, yeah. What games did I used to play? I don't remember some of the names of them. But yeah, like just in my youth, like all the old Final Fantasy games, as well as things like ActRaiser and Harvest Moon. That's a long time ago. If beer is a light food, yeah, well, it's light beer, so the first two beers I had was not light, but as I mentioned earlier, the I don't have access to stores selling harder stuff. I don't mind Slipknot, but I don't listen to it actually. I haven't heard them in maybe 20 years. And no, I've never been a fan of pro wrestling, but my first drummer was. So I've seen it maybe 20, 25 years ago. Like when I grew up, it was a big part of video game culture. And I don't give a fuck about what some people call is for posters or not. Because everyone has their own idea and definition of that. And yeah, I promised some people to bring out my new guitar, so as the chat is quieting down a bit, I consider maybe playing something on the guitar. And now people are waking up again. It goes in waves, I guess. As for if there is any importance to body aesthetics for me, I don't give a fuck about that. But self-care is of course important because I wouldn't be able to do anything without it. Like if I don't take care of my back or my feet, I'm not able to live. And I used to play some sports in my youth, like triathlons and stuff. But then they introduced more rules over the years. And of course, I'll go a bit down now, but so if my answer is unsatisfactory about suicide, well, as I mentioned before, I have several people close to me that have killed themselves during the last years, so maybe it's a subject I don't want to talk about casually while drinking a beer, perhaps. But sure, if I truly want to die, it would be easy and sweet, you can say. Maybe it's not the real end goal. If you're a young girl who has been raped, maybe your idea of it would be different, right? Or if you're a man who's being raped by your boss, maybe your idea would be different, right? It's not a shallow idea. For some, it's a reality. It's not a cry for help. It's not the difference between taking a sip of a beer like I do right now and just going to sleep. Sorry if you feel that I don't want to go in depth about a very difficult subject that I would prefer to discuss with another person. And there's no good way for me to ramble about something like that. Just a second here. I'm getting a bit annoyed here. Okay, hopefully. Okay. I got a bit distracted, but hopefully this other idiot is gone now, because I'll try to click on a few things and he should be blocked now because he's not making any sense. And if I would ever release tabs with sheet music, I'd rather show it more in detail in future videos. Like, that's why I did like more abstract stuff, just to show the mood and the atmosphere of my songs. But I'm going to record new videos that have another camera where you can see the chords. And if you're not able to perform it after that, then you shouldn't. And hi, Jakub. I remember you from the past. Good to see you here. Cheers. And how old was I when I started to see the world differently? Probably around 8 in second grade, as I started to refuse going to school and instead going out to nature in the forest. Because I felt that there wasn't anything that they were offering me that I couldn't do otherwise. And I am relaxed, though I might not seem like it. Yeah, most of you haven't seen me in person, so you don't know it otherwise. I'm just on my third beer, but it's been a long day. I've been up since 6 in the morning, so. Hi, Marcel again. You say, yeah, I don't have a drummer right now, and you have a friend who is passionate. Yeah, definitely ask him. As long as he's prepared to travel to Sweden for different things. As I have a studio in Stockholm, and also access to other studios like in Gothenburg, but especially in Stockholm. We could be able to work something out. If my childhood home is abandoned, if it was fixed up, would it be an amazing place to live with a view? I have no idea. I lived at different places over the years, so I'm not sure about that. And now I'm not interested in Minecraft. And I don't understand the question if I'm alone and you're with people or the same person or not. I'm definitely more introverted by myself than with other people, because then I become more introverted when I'm alone. And I'm used to working with people from being in restaurants for 20 years now. I like beer the most. And if I like other alcoholic beverages, yeah, but not the same. Because you can drink this all day. And if I would say to run this channel, if I'm able to communicate ideas and feelings, some kind of therapy, nah, it's just part of life. And if I need a keyboardist, no thanks. I can do that myself. And I prefer people playing real instruments when possible. Though I love synthesizers too. What's my opinion on teaching music in school? I don't like it. I have an F in music. That's the only music is the only grade that I failed in school. Because I refused to sing and play drums, so they couldn't give me a grade. And I'm of course the only musician from that class actually working with music, so. And because of music school, I was also not playing guitar for 3 years because I felt it was so discriminating and inspire killing that I couldn't touch a guitar for years because I could only sense the limitations from it. But then as time progressed and life happened, I started to learn that I could do so much else. And that's when I really found black metal too, like a few years later. Now I'm losing myself in the chat again. Happy to hear that life ever helped you during dark days in Lebanon. Sounds like a hard place to be. If I cook, was I fancy foods all the time, or if I'm simple? It depends actually, but yeah, I prefer to cook more fancy if I have guests, because I care about other people, but I don't give a fuck about myself. Um, like, I could just eat beans or salad or toast, but of course it's all about nutrition too. That's the beauty of it all. Um, So it depends also if I'm practicing to cook something for friends or for work. Then of course I will save up money and get ingredients to practice and perfect something. So yeah, it's different months of the year. So yes and no. It depends on the time and the context, as all things. And yeah, I agree, of course, that it's more interesting to hear in-depth personal views than what metal bands I like the most, because I don't really like most metal bands. But I think it should be understandable that I don't want to uh, describe personal details about some people I know. So I think it's not that I'm afraid or uninterested in the subject, it's just also that this is a live stream, which is like more of a conversation, while you're asking something that is an in-depth question. And I'm all for having in-depth conversations and going all in into a subject for videos about my experiences and thoughts, which you can see in this channel in other places, that I have videos that are between 30 to 60 minutes long on other subjects. And I can do longer too. Don't challenge me. That never goes well. But this is supposed to be more of a conversation. And I can't do that here, because then I will miss everything else. And yes, I'm self-taught when it comes to all instruments, because I'm not good at taking instructions. And as someone who has had very bad experience with therapy and therapists, especially, how has therapy affected you positively or negatively? Well, even though my experience was negative, it had a positive effect on me, that it taught me on an early age that I shouldn't rely on that system, and to learn to accept myself and to find ways to be in a situation and evolve to a way that I can accept and overcome any challenges, which I think is one of the problems with many medications, that if you get used to numbing yourself as soon as you're having a challenge, you'll get problems. Hi! There's people writing again. It's confusing. If I like Lustre, of course I do. It's a dear friend of mine. I like the music of hip hop, but I don't like rap. And pasta is fantastic, but unfortunately a lot of Italian food relies on cheese and cream, which is lazy, because they can do it without it. And yeah, thank you, Marcel. I appreciate the possible contact. It will be interesting. And yeah, as you say, Nick, here about my opinion on different metal subgenres and a requirement for uniforms or other things that you should do to not be considered a poser. That's what I'm talking about, partially in some parts of the previous stream, but also in the video I posted yesterday on fitting in and things like that. That I've always felt that it's very childish and a contradiction to claim that you are devoted to black metal while conforming to a standard and trying to apply rules to a rebellion. Because you're not really a rebel if you're forced to accommodate certain rules that you haven't been able to or a part of putting together. If a stranger is telling you what to do and you don't trust that person, you should probably ask yourself a few questions before taking the next step. Is it true that Sweden forests are ticks? That we have ticks? Yeah, of course. But more like in meadows and in the countryside in general. I maybe get a dozen or so a year, but I know how they look like and how they feel in my skin, so I always remove them in like a few minutes to an hour. So I never got any infections ever. Um, Damn it, this chat is running away again. Yeah, enough with the ticks. Uh, Fortunately, they are easy to get rid of. And if you're unsure how to do that, do what you can to remove it, even if you need to cut it off. Because you don't want to get Lyme disease. I can assure you that. What is the most recent album I've been enjoying? I haven't heard anything new or recent in a while, actually. Sorry. And I'm happy to hear that, Jakub. And yeah, thanks for those of you who have been commenting the past few minutes here. And if I suffer from high sensitivity, yeah, definitely. And I don't really have any opinion on computer games. but I appreciate them. Tips for good beer. Everything by Boom and Orval. Most from Belgium, actually. And why the split with release wasn't released, I'm not sure. We have made many different ideas and plans over the years. And I don't drink when I cook at work because I work. But if I drink when I cook at home, yeah. Especially in most cases, I give maybe a third of the drink to the food and then for myself. And the Ritual Mood is coming soon. I'm going back home on Monday to package a few weeks' order on my webshop and also to re-record my vocals for the first EP of the Ritual Mood because I wasn't satisfied with that and didn't have time to do that before I went here. I'm sorry if I keep forgetting to. It's not natural to me to bring out the guitar if it's not in a context of something, and I'm sorry if some of you who have maybe waiting for that it's not happening right now. Yeah, I just feel it's weird if it's not genuinely inspired. And my opinion on spicy food. It's good for everyone and everyone should have more of it. When I'm taking walks in nature, what do I focus on most? All of it. What plants there is around me, if they will look good in a picture, what they sound like, what they smell like, what they taste like. I'm not sure why someone is asking about lyrics in an English song about Swedish, because I wrote that lyric in Swedish, or English I mean, so why are you talking about Swedish? And yeah, there will be more clothing on my website when I'm able to afford making more. But right now I'm not able to. And the split with Woods of Infinity didn't get released for several different reasons, but those songs from me are on a compilation that's coming soon. And there are songs that have been on other places too. And Livestream was from unreleased split, and that got re-released on a re-release of my split with my friend Svartner. And that was at the same time as Skölden Rockbåtsvalsen, in other words, January in 2006. And as I said before, on video games, I appreciate them, but I can't really say a lot about them right now because, yeah, I don't have the energy for it really, but I appreciate a good RPG. That's always been my main one. and Gry have had tours planned with Miserere Lumini in the past, but they've gone postponed, and I've done concerts with Sombre Forêt. So yeah, I like those guys. And obviously I like mushrooms, so that's going to be a video by itself in the future. And I can't really talk right now about what games I played, because that's a subject by itself, and I prefer to make a video about that separately than this. And Michael, no, there's no Swedish in fall. Everything in that lyric is English. I don't mix languages in lyrics. I can write Swedish or English lyrics, but I never blend them. And if I can elaborate about I Love to Hurt You by Life Lover, that's an old song constructed around the samples and ideas about Stockholm and solitude and love, and I can't really say a lot more. I have no opinion about anything. I have no idea about that. And as for if I can make a playthrough video, yeah, I'm planning to do that maybe in the future about several games that I happen to enjoy. But I have to move to a place where I have internet. Because even though I have internet here, this is where I work and I have a limited amount of hours. So I could never do that here. So yeah, it will happen in the future, but don't hold your breath. And yeah, it's a good idea to make a story, more in-depth story about games, because they do play a big part in our lives and our youth, and also in many cases in our adult lives. So that's a good point. Point taken. If I like placebo and good evening. No, I don't like placebo. Yeah, I agree. It's genius to sample scrutiny. So it's a fantastic show. Well, I played some games like D&D in the past, and maybe I would be a good game master, but I can definitely say and confess that I'm a horrible contributor, because yeah, as I mentioned before, I'm bad at interacting with authority. So in my youth, I just made the day a bad day for game masters, and yeah. Where I work, this is called Tabergstoppen. It's on top of a mountain in Taberg, outside of Jönköping in Sweden. It's a fantastic park and restaurant. And if a video game developer approached me to use my music in a soundtrack, would I consider it? Yeah, definitely. And I've made a few soundtracks for like short movies and stuff. And I make music that is a bit like soundtracks. So I would be happy to work with a developer to make music for them. And yeah, I didn't answer the degree question in this video, but there was people asking me in the previous stream on Tuesday, the 11th. So Yeah. And no, I'm not a fan of ska. But I don't mind it. I know a few people into it that are sweet people. There's no games with my soundtrack yet. Just an independent movie in Mexico. Kind of like The Shadow of Lucifer. I happen to know that the composer for a Funeral Doom band makes music for video games, but that's another aspect of it all. If I watch Gnottarna, I have their comic. I have a few comic books, but that's all. And welcome to some more Americans here. And if reggae could be combined with black metal, yeah, of course. Sounds good with some strawberry rhubarb wheat ale. That's a weird combo though. And if Asperger's with all its drawbacks it may present have favored you as an artist, yeah, definitely, because it makes me hard to deal with. My choice right here is to either stop the stream or take a piss and have another beer. And I'm going to choose the last option because I want to play guitar and have another beer. So just a moment. I will be right back, and then guitar and beer, and then good night. But first, piss, then beer, then guitar. Good to hear that the strawberry rhubarb beer is better than expected. Because generally, rhubarb is fantastic in pies, but it's hard to incorporate it into beers. And if I piss standing up or sitting down, depends on my mood. And this is the beautiful Hagström Mora Mark II. Yeah, as I mentioned before, sorry about Falcon. It's just a light beer here, and I wasn't able to go to a proper shop because of my work hours. And as for meditative qualities of performing music, to me it's just something that connects to a part beyond myself. I don't feel like I'm near anything that's connected to whatever I do otherwise. Like it's a zoning out. Okay. Sorry to hear that, but I understand. It's either late or early. And well, usually I have a better beer choice, but I can't be having a good one all the time. And as for mushrooms, I grow them myself. Otherwise, it's not too hard to find a source and also a way to learn how to make them. I don't have any preference because over time, as long as you take the right amount, doesn't really matter. And as for my relationship with colleagues and customers, well, it's always been different over the years. From working in different restaurants, I think I usually do fine. But in my previous workplace, there were some people that didn't like me because if they said something stupid and I would question them, they, of course, didn't like that. So it all depends, and I've become more, of course, aware over the years to not maybe say everything that's on my mind. And yeah, it's true, beer is beer. And when it comes to light beer, it doesn't really matter what brand it is. There's plenty of shitty beer that is from so-called craft beers or higher quality, but in the end, it's all the same, just twice the price or more. There's nothing wrong with getting a cheaper beer if it relaxes you. For me, it's self-medication. It's instead of pills. This is much tastier. And I haven't tried Flag RX yet. And no, there's no reason why you would poison yourself by growing your own mushrooms, unless you're completely incompetent. There's many resources online to do a thing properly. And yeah, my experience with microdosing mushrooms is that I don't mind it, but it's not for me because it's a waste of mushrooms for me. I appreciate the feeling of it, but I can get the same effect from just meditating. The Gråtoner riff, I'm not sure if you mean the first or second part. You mean? I think that's simple and it never moves from here. You don't have to think about this. diagnosed with schizoid personality disorder, agoraphobia. Sounds like a pain in the ass. Yeah, it sounds like it will be difficult to be around people, because agoraphobia that's something that you have to work through the years with. I'm sorry, there's not really anything good I can say about it. And I can't really play any Life Lore songs that I haven't written the music for. I've done plenty of lyrics, but I can't really make anything about the music. Too many years. That's 15 years. It's not the right time. But maybe some other time. And I haven't played Nästa Gryning in 15 years either, so sorry, I can't. My tuning's in D, but I lost my tuner, and the internal tuner on this one sucks. So it's somewhere around D to D minor. It should be in D, but it's probably somewhere in between. Sorry. And I don't shred, but I can play solos and stuff, but more melodic stuff. If you can play. That's the 4 chords of E's. And Doug, I'm not sure, it's probably somewhere in between D and E too. Like many of my songs, like we usually play in D, but then as nights progress and we drink beer and smoke things, we tend to go off the path a bit, and then we just whenever something down here is getting out of tune, we just tune it to the upper string here, and then whatever happens. And yeah, I agree. The standard works fine for many things. And as for Tusufal de Azor, it's been a while since I played that, so I can, but it's been so long, so I don't really, I can't do it just straight like this. And the Cafe Blood, I've made videos about that, so that's enough, I think. I will make new videos about it more in depth sooner than later, I promise. And again, Marcel, the video or the mail account I have connected to this is simply a symphony to the void at gmail.com. So if he sends it like a link to there, and especially if he can play it to one of my songs, should be a good start. And what motivated me to play guitar when I started? I started like in my early years, or like before I turned a teenager. And I was never against playing guitar, but I wanted to play either piano or drums. But back then, when it came to teachers in my smaller city, those classes were full, so the only available one was guitar. So I started to learn to play guitar, and I hated it. So I stopped for a while. And yeah, I had relatives that played different instruments, and over time, I became more interested in music and art again. And that's how it all became something else. Yeah, I never understood the drop tunings. My friends use it all the time, but I can't. And yeah, I never tried OpenSea. And what's my relationship to physical pain? Um, well, plenty, of course. And I've done by now a couple of hours of videos on it. Don't care for it. Don't mind it. I don't use any meds beyond beer. And I'm working on Skogens Hjärta for the future to make a video in the forest. And so on. There won't be another Kvarnritan because those places are gone. But there's planned like a final Kvarnritan in the future, like at some other location with guests and so on for a live DVD. So it's planned, but it's always postponed because, you know, the world is what it is. And I will play Varkumbla in more detail in a separate video because that's too long. And I don't remember the chords of Elva. It's been 2.5 years now. And good to hear that, Nick. Sounds like you have good friends. As you say, Francesco, about drop tuning, I know that. It's just that you need to. The way that you play chords is different than, and I don't really know chords. I don't understand them. I just play what feels right to me. As for if I drink light beer for the taste, I just drink it because it's beer, and sometimes it's all I have access to. Because to me, it's not about alcohol; it's about beer. So yeah, it's about taste. And if I've taken antidepressants, yeah, to me it's never hard to stop taking them, but not really. But which antidepressants have I taken? Well, in the past that has been like it's too many years. It's close to 20 years now. To me, it's all shit. Nothing gets close to like a good beer or a good strain of cannabis or mushrooms. No. But it's all, it's all dependent on what you need to function in life. And I hope whoever you are and wherever you are, that you find what you need. And I don't have any favorite movie directors. And as for Herbcraft, well, to me, making beer and wine and cooking is all of that. Just different names for it, and people forget that cooking is magic. I can't really give any tips on how to write songs, only how to not write songs. If it doesn't feel like it belongs or is connected, rethink it. Because I think everything I do is comfortable to play and you feel that it's connected. I didn't grow up in Jönköping. I was born in Jönköping. Then at age around 5, I moved to a smaller city called Tidaholm, about 60 kilometers north from here. And that's where I've spent over a decade of my life. That was very important to me in terms of nature. And education, spirituality, and solitude. And I wouldn't say that I take inspiration from films, but I do feel inspiration sometimes after watching something. Like if it's empty, cold feeling I get or something like that. And to you, Flora, about trying weed and getting panic attacks and anxiety. I think to me that's a point of it. To challenge yourself and to cope with a mood and feeling that you're not completely comfortable with dealing with. It's very important. But yeah, as Lasse says too, it's not for everyone. Det är en sån som letar efter saker. And I don't care for Deftones, but I'm not against them either. But also, now I'm losing who's saying what here. But to quote the great Ingvar Malmsteen, to Rob, more is more. How can less be more? More is more. I'm not sure what the empiric is. What is an empiric way? Yeah, a good trap is nice. You can never go wrong with Orval, especially if you age it 2 years. Divine. And yeah, I don't like Bergman. And I love Mexico, but I'm unable to go there for the moment. Has there been any albums that I liked for my entire life and never let go of? Yeah, everything by Forgotten Woods. And that's it, I think. And I can't play Nordros, and I haven't been there in 16 years. Same for Svartel Passage, that's 15 years ago. Unfortunately, I don't remember it. And I've tried CBD and CBD oils. I don't mind it. What is the weirdest, funniest things I've seen or that happened to me while traveling? That's complicated. Now I've seen some weird stuff over the years. A lot of naked people in public places. That's always fun, I think. I'm not sure. It's complicated. I'm not reading anything at the moment because I don't have the time to take it in. And yeah, I did grow up with Astrid Lindgren. I think most Swedish people do, especially people born in the 70s and the 80s. And Michael, I'm not sure what favorite books. I don't really have any. And I can't say anything about Richard. And Bella, those bands is not of my interest. I was fortunate to be in Trondheim together with Nostalgia, and we stayed at the same hostel for the second edition of the Ocean Black Mass. And yeah, it's a story that is for me and some of the people that were there. I played parts of Ease, and I can play it again some other time for a more in-depth moment. I've never liked Emperor, but their logo is made by the same people or person that made Hypothermia logo. And yeah, I look forward to coming back to Canada in the future. And I have no idea about photographers. I'm not really interested. And yeah, there's plenty of more releases of Hypothermia in the works. They just need the right time. Because many of them are already, I've recorded like 4 or 5 of them a few years ago. Just need the right time. And I can't really say anything about sleep paralysis. I have friends that struggle with it. I've never had any personal experience. Yeah, it would be cool to be to Ireland too. And as for Jose, all the music I've composed, knowledge of chords and technical part of music. Well, as I mentioned before, like it has to feel natural and connected. So whatever I do, it doesn't matter if it's complicated or not. Doesn't really matter. Whatever it is. Whatever you call it in terms of technicality or not. I just do what feels right for me, and that is inspired by a pure place. Yeah, I've been to Vancouver before, so I look forward to return, hopefully in a not too distant future. Because, yeah, it'll be a good time. Favorite foods? Spinach and beans. Not at the same time, but they're not mutually exclusive either. Top 5 artists? I can never answer that because there's never 5 for me. If I enjoyed playing in Portugal last time? Yeah, it was fantastic. I love Portugal. And why I didn't play guitar in the live performances of Life Lover? Because I was always the vocalist in that band. That was my main part. That's all. If I play any instrument, then guitar. I'm getting better at piano. I can play bass and I can play drums. I'm not too bad at trumpet and trombone. I'm pretty bad at violin, but I can get better. If I'm vegan, yeah, that's true. I am. I don't have the need to say it all the time because those people are, as some of you may know, sometimes a bit annoying or obnoxious, and I feel I do enough things in life that are annoying to people that I don't want to add to that list. Have I been into electronic or techno music? Yeah, more into making it than listening to it. I don't really listen or care to listen to any music, uh, but I'm interested in making it. And one of my future goals of many is to transpose or transcribe hypothermia and life lover and consider suicide into techno or trance or EBM or EDM, so I can do live performances at some out festivals that I otherwise can't. I've been to Italy. We done a concert there with Life Lover and Hypothermia a while ago. Um, uh, yeah, I mentioned doing mushrooms or having the same effect of mushrooms as meditating. I've talked about it in videos, but I haven't done a video specifically about it. But I definitely will do a video that is like immersion, and more deep dive into that. I know one of my friends who is a guest musician in Hypothermia. She did the violin for Camp van Blood and Is. And I have no idea about bands from America. As for my opinion on veganism in contemporary society and negative connotations, yeah, I agree that it can be negative about the militant aspects of it, but so is anything that is militant or politicized. Um, it's a complicated question, and I'm also working on a proper video that addresses all of that, as it's something I get asked quite frequently. There's no metal festivals that I like or dislike. Um, I think in both Swedish and English. And the first song written for Pulver was Nackskott and Stockholm. Those two songs were the first songs we ever recorded in 2006. Okay, Sigils, good night, and cheers. I'm finishing this maybe at the 4 hour mark. Because why not? How did I meet up with Audrey? That's from some mutual friends. And yeah, if you have similar passions and interests in life, you get along. And no, I don't attend metal festivals, so don't worry about it. And so far, thank you. I appreciate it, and I appreciate. I don't mind doing this either. Sorry that this is becoming a bit long, maybe. Um, Feedback is fine so far, and as I mentioned before, this is a test. That's the title. So it's all about learning and trying to find ways to make this better in some ways. Uh, this is improvised, as many things in life are. Um, and I have no opinion on black ace. That's a silly term. And good to hear that that it's not just that people are doing something different meanwhile. Mm. So yeah, I have some beer left. That's for sjukdom. It was an evolution in that sense, and we were planning to do something a bit more like Concurs for the next album, but for obvious reasons, it couldn't happen. It's been going long enough. Well, Natasha, the stream will be available later too. It's on the channel and in the playlist of live streams. So, cheers. And yeah, hopefully we'll be able to make some highlights later. But yeah. I'm running out of beer and it's closing in on 1 at night here. And I'm getting up at 6. So might need to continue the next one. But yeah, in the future we might do a longer one, especially if I have a day off. Since I work tomorrow, that's not a possibility. But we'll see in the future. There's definitely more coming. Since usually I don't have internet where I live, but I'm planning on moving. But that's irrelevant at the moment. So I'm working here until September. And as you can see, there's internet here. And I don't have any reason to do this or not do this at least like twice a month or something like that, depending on my schedule. And to do some of them earlier and some of them later to try to capture some of these times where some of you might not have time otherwise. Yeah, and thank you, those of you still writing. Thank you for joining me too, and sorry for becoming a bit dull in the end here. I didn't mean to, I just got distracted, and yeah, I'm not completely sober, I'm not drunk, as you can hear. I'm not slurring, but I'm also not clear in what I'm trying to say here. Sorry about that, Lasse. So yeah, the first 3 hours is available after this too. As you can do in on the stream, you can always go back. And then, of course, as always, if you have requests for future streams, let me know in the comments. And I'm more than happy to do my best to accommodate that. And it, yeah, felt like a good one. And it will be interesting to see what we can do in the future. Either with beer or coffee or hard spirits or whatever. Thank you all for joining this one. Take care. Thank you, and good night. Cheers. See you next time. And as always, questions, requests, let me know in the comments. And I will do my best to add to it next time. Thank you all for joining me. Good night.